Okay. Welcome, welcome. Welcome all. It is Monday, and we are back to work on Everbound today, which I'm pretty excited about. What we're going to be doing today is zeroing in, I guess the last mainstream we spent working on the Everbound map was last Monday. And we got these two sections filled in. I think on the Wednesday stream last week, I showed you that I got another 1, 2, 3, 4 filled in. And then we kind of continued that over to these 5 and 6 back here. And this whole group of 5 is still connected to each other. So we'll need to separate those out at some point. Hold on a second. My sinuses this morning. All right. We are in action. I'm going to get some tunes on really quick, so you're going to lose me for a second. Okay, and we're back. Alright, so what we're going to be doing today is staying in this first square that we did in the last stream. And that is where the capital city of the entire map exists. I was editing the last stream, which is ready to post. That's going to go up tomorrow morning. So last Monday's stream, I noticed that we got the dimensions all wrong, so I just want to take a second to clarify that. So we went back and forth between 25 and 9 and 9 and 25 and blah, 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 blah. Here was the issue. Try not to sniffle. So these blocks, each of these sections, are made out of 5 by 5 blocks. And one of those grid squares in the 5 by 5 is 1 kilometer. Okay? So, they are 5 by 5 kilometers for the entire section. That is equivalent to approximately 9 by 9 miles. So, let me make sure I got that right this time, because I don't want to screw this up a third time. We got it wrong twice in the last stream. How many miles is 5 kilometers? No. 5 kilometers. Okay. Got it. Got it. Alright, I see where this went off the rails. So, 5 kilometers is about 3 miles. Okay, so that means that it's 3 miles to a side of this grid section. Where's my mouse? There we go. Of this highlighted section right here. It's 3 miles to a side. 3.10686 to be exact. Okay, which means this is 9 square miles. Not 9 miles squared. And so the reason we were getting even further confused is the part that the city is going to live on is 3 kilometers to a side. So it's 9 kilometers squared. No, 9 square kilometers. Yeah. Yeah. So the whole thing is 9 square miles. Just this whole highlighted section. And then the smaller part in the middle here to the left that the city is going to be in is 9 square kilometers. And that is why I was getting confused. So the whole thing is 25 square kilometers. The city is 9 square kilometers. So, how long to walk 3 kilometers? It's a little under 2 miles, 30 to 37 minutes. So to get us the right numbers, we are 25 miles, 25 square miles, which means 5 miles to a side. God damn it. Stop. We're getting this right. 5 kilometers to a side. 25 square kilometers for the whole area. 3 kilometers to a side for the city that we're working in, which means to walk from one end of the city to the other, which is that 3 kilometers. That's going to take 30 to 37 minutes. Now that 3 kilometer square, which is 9 square kilometers, I'm getting it. Going back and forth between area and distance, just for some reason it has always screwed me up. I don't know why. Now we're good. And we're adding in the extra variable of going back and forth between two units. So essentially, walking across the entire city is a 30 to 35 minute walk. Now, here's the other thing to keep in mind. Shape-wise, right, the city is going to take this whole island, like the part that's... most of the part that's up and out of the water here. All the stuff at the shoreline is going to be a little more open, like fishing town kind of stuff. But from that height up, everything up here, and it'll run up from this pathway, and then up onto here, and then it'll spiral around and come up to a top section here where the main castle is. So all of this is city. But you can't really go this way because that's a cliff face. There might be a back route here, but I would expect that's off limits to people who aren't, like, in with the castle, you know? My mic's been off for a while. Or, since I got back here. Okay. So, I went and took some sinus medication to take care of my nose. Should be feeling a little bit better. That's really all you missed. So, I culled out, what I was just saying there was that I culled out all the other shapes because I don't really want to deal with looking at them while I'm trying to plan out this section of actual city. I might bring them back in later so that I can see how the city layout that I'm working on interacts with the skyline and stuff like that. But for now I don't need it because we're following the landscape more than anything. I might want to flatten it just a little more here. Ah! Who's this schmuck? What's going on, Corey? A humble adieu to the mistress? I don't... Classical greetings lack the proper diction. A good morrow to you. Leader of the free world. Protector of the weak. Needer of modern terminology. Lola! Huh? Okay. Was it me?
No, she was.
Oh, okay. If you need to send her in here, you can. Lola can be sent to me for timeout, if necessary. How you doing today, Corey? We're working on the city today. The city. Which I still haven't decided if it's still going to be named Crown's Ridge or if we're shortening or simplifying to Crown Ridge. I still don't know. Okay, so I want flatten. And then we kind of want to follow this threshold through to here. I think I need more strength. You had a turkey dinner last night, so you're riding high. Right on, Corey. I'm glad to hear it. That's good news. Turkey dinner sounds great. With all the fixins, what went with it? What was your full plate? It was in Forlorn, in a freezer from a post-Thanksgiving sale. It sounds like turkey to me. I'm hearing no downsides. Just additional information. Loaded mashed potatoes, key lime pie, cornbread. I've only ever had key lime pie like maybe once or twice. You would think with my obsession with green, I'd be a little more inclined. Oh, that sounds delicious though. There we go. I think we can cut a little more of a path there. And then if I go through with the smoother... Yeah, that looks a little more doable. It actually looks kind of precarious, which I'm okay with. And then that should still connect up fine with the neighbor. This neighbor? There we go. Yes, okay, we're still good. It's so good. It's pretty rich and tart. Almost cheesecake-esque, but less cheesy. Ooh, okay, I can get behind that. And then is it citrusy? I mean, I would assume, because lime. I don't really have a particularly great sense of taste. I don't know if I've talked about that before. I'm sure I've at least mentioned it. I talk about it a lot in real life, so I assume I've talked about it here. I've had pretty heavy allergies my whole life. And I'm convinced that that led to me not really developing a sense of taste. Because a lot of stuff just tastes the same to me. Like if you gave me different tiers of food, like you gave me different levels of steak, I can tell you differences I notice in the texture, but flavor-wise, they taste pretty much the same to me. My poker face is spot on today? Am I poker facing? Do you think I do have a good sense of taste? Because I really, 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 really don't. This is true. I know I'm usually clowning. This time I'm not clowning. I talk about my lack of taste like every week. Oh. Do I talk about my lack of short-term memory? Yeah, it's unpleasant. Or unfortunate, I guess. Corey, I don't remember what I talk about. I live in a bubble that's about 2 minutes long. Like a dog. That's basically how I'm operating. Let's find out what Austin talks about. 90% dick jokes, with the other 10% being jokes about usually murdering children and or babies. It's good stuff. Good family content. Quality. Highbrow. I think I was slapping my face with it falls under the first category. Whether intentional or not, it certainly does. Okay, so what is the width of our road? Because what I think I basically want to do here is I want to start... I kind of want to just, like, fence post out a road. And, like, I mean literally, like, a fence post every... I don't know, 500 meters? Like every half grid square. Dirt road, cobble. Probably dirt down here. It'll start getting cobbled as we get up into the city. But this is a poor fishing village at the base of the city. One of the wealthier fishing villages, but still poor compared to, Talia's neck of the woods. So it'll get better looking as you get further up into the city. And I realized this morning that, I don't know if you heard this part. All of our measurements were completely jacked up last stream. I was cutting that down so that I could post it, which I will tomorrow morning. Just because it's better to post in the morning. But I finished it, and it was exported, and then it wasn't early enough this morning. You're supposed to post it at like 6 a.m. Eastern time. It's like the best time to get the most possible views. Anyway. So I was cutting that down, and I was listening to us talking through the measurements of the area, and we were all over the place. So we got confused because it's 5 kilometers to a side, okay, which is 3 miles, which means the entire thing is 9 square miles. But then the area I was talking about on the inside is 3 kilometers to a side. You did mention that you had destroyed Dimensions, that 80 million polygon thing. Yes, there was that. But then the whole, like, the distance on the sides, trying to judge how big this was, we were completely jacked up. So, long story short, the 3 kilometer by 3 kilometer square in the middle that the city takes up, that would take about 30 to 35 minutes to walk across. So that's the size of the city that we're talking about. So basically what you want to have in your head is 1 grid square takes 10 to 12 minutes to walk across. 5 square miles. Yeah. So you've got 9 and 3 and 5 appearing in 2 places each across all of those numbers, which was getting me very confused. So, full section of the map, not a grid square, but whatever these subsections are that I've broken it up into, 3.5 square miles. It's somewhere in that ballpark. It's like 1.7 or 2 miles to a side of the city. So yeah, it's like 3.5 or 5-ish, somewhere in there, square miles. But since we're dealing mainly with meters, we'll focus on meters. So it's 25 square miles to the whole space, 25 square meters, or square kilometers to the whole space, and then 9 square kilometers to the city. That's where we're at. So we've got it kind of zeroed in. The city takes 30 to 37 minutes to walk across. According to Google, that's how long it takes to walk 3 kilometers. 1.85 miles to a side. For the city, for the inner square. Non-Americans laughing it up right now. We're struggling. But that's why I'm trying to use metric. I admit defeat. Anyway. So what we're going to do is go through here and fence post out this street. Just for starters. We're going to make a new object. Fortunately, we're pretty close to the center of the thing, but for some reason our cursor is not in the center. I don't know why that is. It's very messy of me. Oh, you know what? I think I moved it out of the way because it was, like, visually in the way. But now, because we're going to be so zoomed in, that's actually quite far from where we are. I'm still wondering if I should do this part in a separate file, just because I'm going to be creating a lot more polygons just for this part. I mean, it's getting to the point where, or it will get to the point where trying to have everything loaded in Blender is going to be just as difficult as it would be to try and have it loaded in the game environment. Because it's just too many polygons. It's like 80 million or something. But we're gonna just keep at it for now. I'm gonna try, I think, to make like the city is going to be one object so that we can at least cull the whole thing at once. So this is going to be 100 meter 0.028 underscore, which I guess is just going to mean surface objects. I like it. I think it works. But yeah, I got the whole 5-hour stream, including our conversation about AI art, cut down to like 19 minutes. It's not bad. And I was able to do that edit. Like I was pretty proud of myself, like actually editing. Blender can handle a good few polygons, actually perform way better with newer blenders. 2.9 is a low point in performance. Oh, so I should upgrade. You were so high-strung there. It's okay. Me too. Okay? It includes a clip of me saying they can go fuck themselves. Although I do censor the F-bombs with a... But... It's fine. If you don't want me to include that because you don't like how you appear, let me know. 2.79 was kind of zippy. 2.80 fixed a lot, but made it slower. 2.9 did more of that. Maybe 3.3. It's supported for 2 years. Yeah. If anybody gives you trouble, let me know. I'll defend you. We have conversations here. We don't always agree. That's what we do on this channel. And by the way, at the end of the day, we ended up agreeing. So, or 3.5 comes out like next week. All right, I'm so ready to have to learn a whole bunch of new things. Well, we'll see. I'm going to rely on you as my information source, Corey. If it comes in and people are saying 3.5 is fast and not somehow a nightmare, you let me know and then I'll upgrade. Does that sound like a good plan? Is that all right? Because I will forget to look. It seems very likely to me that the next person that's going to remember this is probably you. I'm trying so hard to stop that thing that I do. I know I've mentioned this a lot lately, where I will start a sentence twice. I don't know if that's a stammer or what. But I will start a sentence twice, sometimes 3 or 4 times, before it's like I have to kickstart. I'm trying to kick the habit, but I'm struggling. I notice it a lot when I'm editing. I kind of decided not to cut it out because it seems phony. And also it makes it seem like I'm cutting out something I said. Because I do it so fast, like I will, and then I'll start talking. That when you cut it there, you can kind of hear that I was saying something when you cut in, which kind of makes you go like, eh. It's a little uncomfortable. So I usually just keep the repetition in. I don't know if it qualifies as a stammer. I'm not qualified to make that judgment. How do I turn on backface culling? Not that I necessarily need it, but can't I turn that on in the viewport? Render. No, that's like to render. You know where it would probably be? Over here. Geometry, motion tracking. Oh no, those are just overlays. That's not the actual viewport render information. Performance? Nope. I don't see anything here that would specify that specifically. The redundancy of that statement was clear to me after it came out of my mouth. Alright, anyway, we're just going to focus on what we were doing. So, we're going to go over here. We basically need to make a fence post. You're going to try opening Blender. Here's hoping for no crash. There is an option for it. You don't know if it's for viewport, though. Yeah, I know there's definitely backface culling for render, for runtime. But I thought you could also do that in the viewport. I could have sworn you could. Maybe that was an old thing. I'm not sure. Okay, I guess 45 minutes into the stream, I should probably start doing something. Or no, we're not 45 minutes in. We're 35, because I was 10 minutes late today. So, everything's fine. So, we are going to add a cylinder. That's a big cylinder. It's going to have a radius of... what? It would be like... We'll make it a big one. So... 155 millimeters. So what's that? 0.15 meters? Isn't that right? I guess I could just write it as... so if it's... it would be a radius of... Brain, 75. And now it's essentially gone. Look, it's so narrow compared to the map that it's just a string of points. I'd zoom in, but the effect will go away. It's just a string of points. That's how it can be represented. These are so tiny. I mean, this gives you an idea. That's the width of a fence post compared to the map. Render engine workbench. Okay. Let me do that in just a second. We're actually going to make this large. And we're going to say it's going to be a meter around fence post. But we're still only going to make it the correct height. It'll just make it easier for us to see it on the map. So it's going to be more like a big disc. So it's going to be a meter around, which means this needs to be 0.5 meters, which at least makes it somewhat visible. So that is a meter. This map is big. Okay. And then height, or I guess depth in this case, would be about a meter, right? So it's like all the way in here. It's like, it's kind of impossible to zoom in on it. Numpad period will focus it. I don't have a number pad on this keyboard. I know. It was a mistake. Is there an equivalent? Try home? That centered us on something. Let's go ahead and title this appropriately. What is it? Dot 0. Oh, shoot. I want to say 3.6. Nope. 2.8. It's fun to just make up numbers. Man, I need this thing to be a little more substantial. Or maybe we do actually need to save this as a different thing. So hold on, let me go. I think this is Facecam. Nope, I'm upside down now. There I am. Hi. I'm dancing to music people in the VOD can't hear. Or well, not in the YouTube VOD. I need to upload the backlog, but it's more important that I just start keeping up with what we have now so that the backlog doesn't get worse. If I can get a good pattern with that, then we can start worrying about the backlog. Alright, so what I'm doing is real quick just doing a save as. So Everbound map test underscore, because I deleted the last time I was going to do this, I think. Oh no, this is going to overwrite Crown Ridge. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so ba-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da-da. It's perfect. Thank you, Corey. Alright, so we're moving into a new area here. I gotta use my noodle. So what we're going to do is dump everything that isn't this square. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to anchor it in space. We're probably just going to leave it where it is. That's kind of what makes the most sense to me. I need one of those detachable numpads because it's so crucial. I know. Yeah, I'll probably order one. I was supposed to have my new mic equipment, but we're also getting a piano. I think I mentioned that. And that wasn't ready yet this weekend, so we're going back next weekend instead. And that's when we'll get my microphone equipment and the new piano and all that stuff. Not that I need to go to B&H for a number pad, but just on the subject of new equipment. Okay, so this is Story of a Girl. Delays are scary, but you're excited about the new keyboard. Oh, no, it wasn't a delay. We thought we were going to... Last time I talked to you about it, I thought we were going to be able to order it, and then we looked, and they were out of stock. And then we just got it ordered the day of, and it wasn't necessarily going to be ready that day, and it was kind of the only day we had to go. Like, it should be totally fine. It should just be sitting there waiting for us right now, but we have to go back next weekend. Or maybe I'll make a run sometime this week. But because it's something like a keyboard, it's kind of a bitch, because we don't really want to take that on the train, which means it's driving into Manhattan, which, that's not so fun. Okay, so all of these other ones need to go away. What, no busking to make up for the price? Busking? This is a word I do not know. What is this busking of which you speak? Playing in the streets for money. Well, considering I didn't even know what it was called, I don't think those are games I would win. With a guitar case or a hat. Oh. Oh, I see. That would have to be Emily, not me. Like I've said, she's the musician more than I am. I'm okay. But Emily is the one with all the training. I am looking forward to trying to get my ear back on the piano, though. And we might just do a stream where, like, I'm not expecting to play very well. I'm just gonna, like, it's basically gonna be first time on the keyboard in, fuck, I don't even want to think about how many years. Last time I really played the piano, like, legitimately sat down to play the piano, couldn't have been later than 8th grade. How old are you in 8th grade? 13, right? I think you're 13. Because then you turn 14, 15, 16, 17. No, that's not right, because you should turn 18 in your senior year. So you're 14. You're 14 when you end junior high school. And I am now 28. So it's been that entire lifetime again since I've played piano. Since I've legitimately, like, played piano. I sat down and fidgeted with it to make the do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. But that's it. That was the only time, really, that I've ever tried to play piano since I was a kid. So, what we might just do is sign on. Started senior year at 16? How does that happen? Did you start school late, or did you stay a year, or what happened? Oh, wait, no. Started senior year at 16. You were 2 years ahead? Oh, weird birthday. I see. I read that backwards. I was like, started freshman year at 16. I'm like, oh, that's a couple years off. But it's a couple years off in the other direction, too. Weird birthday. So what, really, that would be what, really late in the year? Probably? And then they just put you in a year ahead? Like you started preschool a little bit earlier than anyone else, or kindergarten, wherever you started? I know some people don't do preschool. Preschool is basically daycare. I mean, the preschool teachers are generally more qualified, but effectively. Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to shrink things down, zoom in, and increase the scale. Or rather, increase the scale so that we can zoom in tighter. So we're going to take the water. We want it to match the X and Y of the landmass. So 49, 85, 52, 26. 4985 5226. And I presume that thing is not exact, yeah, because of the fact that it's not a perfect grid anymore. But that's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Yes.
I'm gonna go to Target.
Okay. See you in a little bit. Love you. Your family was homeschooled for a bit. When you went public, you could either be the oldest kindergartner or the youngest first grader. Youngest first grader is definitely easier, I would think, when it comes to the other kids. Either way, different is just hard. I imagine it still wasn't particularly easy. I mean, I got picked on for wearing sunglasses. So stupid. Kids will pick on you for anything. I'm certain I've told that story before. They were banned in my junior high school because we had a dress code. And I had to wear them because I had a pterygium in my eye, and that thing loves ultraviolet light, so you have to wear sunglasses. And that meant I got to break dress code and nobody else. No, your cardinal sin was playing Pokemon in a world of COD. Fortunately, I didn't have that problem. My problem was actually everybody I knew had Nintendos and we had a PlayStation. Set origin, center of mass. There we go. That can be in the right spot for that. Because then what we can do is we can... That should still have a centered origin. And then we can just match the X and Y values. Go, and we should be aligned enough to be able to work on what we're working on. Okay, so now what we want to do is push everything in. Yeah, well, I guess the other problem I gotta put this away. Don't judge me, I didn't eat breakfast today. Sometimes I just don't. I'll eat this later. So now... Breakfast, yours was leftover turkey and some chili beans. Yeah, but at least you ate something. Like, you're supposed to eat breakfast because it kickstarts your metabolism for the day. If you don't break your fast, your body will continue to function in fasting mode, which is not ideal. But it's perfectly fine as long as I just don't eat at all. Tooth falls out. Fair. Same for hydrating. Also true. Yes. Although I have had water today. I'm pretty good about drinking water. My, again, I'm sure I've mentioned, my allergy medicine is fairly dehydrating. So I'm pretty good about drinking water. Although, my cup is empty. So, give me 1 second. Did you poop again? It still smells like poop out here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna crack a window. Holy cow, kid. Alrighty. He did not poop again. That stink was lingering. Okay. Whoa! Need a way to anchor that pen tablet in there. You're the worst at drinking water. You'll wake up from a nap covered in those, like, dents in your arm from dehydration. I do know what those are. Yeah. And I get those too. But I'm in a constant battle with my medicine to stay hydrated. I think what it is the medicine, like, hinders my ability to retain water. Which is weird because it also makes you gain weight. And usually those two are, usually if a medicine makes you gain weight, it also makes you retain water. Like, those are kind of related. I thought. But, no. The medicine makes me dehydrated and fatter. It's great stuff. In exchange, though, I get to breathe. Probably ingest twice or quace as much... I've never heard quace before. Twice as much sodium as you should. Breathing is nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I've been doing it all my life. Okay. So if our unit scale becomes 100, now it's 100 meters. We're basically at the scale of our smaller grid pieces. Like, we should be able to zoom in way more now, right? I think so. It's a little hard to tell what we're looking at a lot of the time, but I think we're going to be able to zoom in a lot more now. And then I just need to do the same here. No, it just shrank this down. We never did the backface culling thing. Yeah, see, what I want it to do, I want this to stay the size that it is. And then also zoom in. Is there a way to do that? Like I want to increase the scene's resolution while keeping this object at the same scale in the same position. Well, here's one thing. Oh, wait. Backface culling. Let's finish that. Render engine. Maybe over here? Render engine workbench. Oh, render engine workbench. There we go. And then backface culling. There we go. Oh, and then we have to do object. No? Is there something we have to then do for the object as well? Check to see if it's working with X-ray. That is working, right? If I turn the water off, is that working? I don't think so. I mean, I can still see it. In my experience, usually if it's cold, it's like it's not there at all. I still see a shape. Ah, okay, so I have to be in render view for that to work. I see. Well, I mean, it doesn't really slow me down to be in that view. That's good to know, though. At least we can see what that looks like. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm thinking, if I'm remembering this correctly, if we are using our 3D cursor as our point of reference, and then I scale, it'll scale out from there, right? Yes. Solid view already uses the workbench engine, so it should be the same speed. Oh, okay. Why is this square... I guess you two don't agree about where the center... It sure as hell looks like your centers are aligned to me. So your centers are aligned, but you don't agree about where the center of mass is. So maybe if I go to here and I say set origin, center of mass, volume. Nope, that moves it over there. Origin to geometry. Now they're off from each other. That doesn't look like it's going to solve my problem, though, because it's going to raise it up more. We're just going to do this manually. I'm not going to worry about it. And then what we want to do, we want to select both of these, and then we scale 1,000, and they are too big for us to see. Hey, Sky, how you doing? What's going on today? So much larger. Okay. But you can see how we can get in there a little more now. What's your day looking like, Sky? Well, we were at least able to scale it up 100. Here's a question. Extend Blender viewport render distance. How to increase draw distance. Can only see geometry within a range defined by the clipping distance. With the camera object selected, which we have. Oh no, with the camera object. I don't have a camera object. We're talking about the viewport camera here, buddy boy. Buddy boy. Oh, you're to remind me of drawing a Pikachu. That's right, we are supposed to do that. I can draw a Pikachu really quick. We'll take a detour. Hey, Corey. Do me a favor, if you don't mind. Let me know what I need to do. Or here, I can actually give you the article. I already found the article. If you can just check and see. There's or not article, but there's a Stack Exchange thread. Here. It seems like the answer's in there. Thank you, Corey. Ooh, Critter remembered to launch on my tablet. Go to work, Critter. Corey with that, yeah. Thank you. New file. Why don't we do a 4x3? Hey. Lola. No. Lola, quiet. Puppy. Lola. It's okay. Pikachu! Okay, then let's get our screen switched over. Where's my display capture? There we go. Hey, puppy. Everything's okay. It's okay. Don't you worry. Switch over to the tablet. It's okay, Boogie. Tablet not wanting to cooperate. There we go. Why are we not responding? That's strange. How about that one? Okay, we like that outlet, or that port. Display toggle. Okay. And then we are going to draw a Pikachu. Just a little speed paint here. Let me get a reference image for myself here. Ooh, Corey, I see your answer. 1 second. Okay. Oh, we'll do the classic pose. I always loved this pose. Where is it? Here, this one. On the right there. I love that pose. We'll do that one. What was the name of that blue Pikachu? I think we called it Blue Kachu. It was just a portmanteau, which is what I usually do. On that weird tool tab sidebar on the right, view, clip thingy, and change 1,000. Change 1,000 to whatever. So it's right outside of what I need. So if I up it by a factor of 10, we should be fine. I don't know if it can be upped by a factor of 10, but we're gonna find out. If that can be done without breaking it, that's what we'll do. Okay, so we're gonna draw Pikachu really quick. So let's find a good base yellow to use. Pikachu's a little more on the orange side of things. And then we need to choose what kind of brush we're using. I don't quite have enough screen real estate on this tablet to do this. I need to change the screen resolution. Real quick here. Display. Scaling mode. Wow, I really thought it would be there. Well, whatever. Like I said, this is just a speed paint, so it doesn't need to be perfect. That'll work. So we've got our head over here. Should be a little wider at the bottom. Go. Then we've kind of got one hand going off this way. Is this too much of a bother? No, not at all. No, it's a fun little side project for us. Don't worry about it. We're just poking away at the map. It's kind of something that can be done at a slow pace. No, I had forgotten you'd asked for this. There we go. Now, I keep saying it's a speed painting because I get sucked into stuff. So I want to remind myself that we have other objectives today beyond me getting absorbed into this painting. It's never really occurred to me how penguin-shaped Pikachu is. But it kind of is. I mean, like, look at that. Because it's got that, like that lump of a body that just kind of sits on the feet, like how a penguin does. I think this needs to come out. Whoa! Ah! I didn't mean to do that. This comes out this way a little bit more. So that reaches down, and there should be a foot coming out of there. Ah! Going more this way. That should be shaped like this and come to a point. Well, this is looking pretty Pikachu-like to me so far. What do you think? Okay, and then that other foot is up in here, so we're not going to worry about that right now. The silhouette is crucial. So we're focusing on blocking in our color first. I don't usually paint like this. Like, this is not my usual MO, but it should go like that, and like that, and a little closer than that, something like that. Then it goes out a little more, then it goes up to about there. And then it goes out. Got to get the silhouette right, especially on that tail. That is pivotal. But I do think we're off to a pretty decent start here. A little bit shorter than that, something like that. To it's not quite getting the swoosh that I'm trying to achieve here. I'm just going to rotate the tablet. Whoa! Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, I can work with this. We're not getting sucked in. We're focusing and making progress. That's what we're doing. Stay focused with me. It's like a get ready with me for people with ADHD. Honk honk. I'm also trying not to go down the rabbit hole on krita functions, but I am going to need to do that. The silhouette's looking pretty good. Blah, blah, the Vengabus is coming. Okay, there are no separate toes, so we're fine there. This is like a Who's That Pokemon. They have 5 fingers? Pikachu have 5 fingers? I'm really surprised. I was not expecting to learn that today. For some reason I thought they had 4. Or they have 5 digits. 5 little triangles. I have never noticed that. Okay, so if we're mimicking that, we got 1 there. Then we got 2, 3, 4, like that. Then we need to do the same over here. This is starting to look like a Pikachu. Thanks for the challenge, Sky. Okay, and then we gotta do the ears. This one we almost don't have enough room for because the ear is about as long as the head. Hold on. Okay, so this ear should go almost straight up. Now, this looks like fan art that I'm looking at here. If that's an official art of Pikachu, there are a couple really sloppy lines. I think it'll look better with this ear off to the side just a little bit rather than coming straight up because it'll fit the body's motion line a little better. It just kind of adds a little bit of balance to it. And then this one goes like this. Right now, it looks like a sort of like possessed Cricketune hybrid, but for later, try settings, config, Krita, general window, uncheck HI, DPI support, and relaunch Krita. Oh, will that help with my screen ratio? Like with all the fixins not being in the right spot? Thank you. Okay, we want to fill it out a little bit more on this side, but not as much. I feel like I've gone a little bit too far. Trying to dial it back just a little. I gotta say, that silhouette looks very Pikachu. I'm pretty happy with myself so far. The oversized overlapping UI, yeah. You hope. Well, hey, that's better than how far I got. I didn't even get to, I hope this is a solution. I was at, I hope I can find a solution. So. You've done one better than me. This can flop over even more than that. Something like that. The second one feels a little too fat. And yet, because it's bent over, it kind of should be a little fatter looking. You have a Build-A-Bear Pikachu with sounds? That's awesome, Sky. I had a Build-A-Bear dog that I got for myself. Or, well, that my parents got for me. That I made for myself that had the self-recorded little voice box in there that had me going, roof! But it was like my little tiny voice, so it's like, I was very young. Krita's interface is kind of crusty. They're working on an Android tablet version. Eventually the UI framework for that will be evolved for the desktop too. This will take years. Yeah, that's how it goes with open source software. Good to know they're at least working on it. I don't know if Krita's open source. It is free. I don't know if it's open source. Apparently apparently there are a bunch of people who remember that, like, you know, with the whole Mandela effect bullshit. It is open source, right on. There's a whole bunch of people in that whole Mandela effect bullshit that think that Pikachu had a black square on the end of the tail. I'm a dork in a good way. Thank you. I try. I try to be me. How do I do a clipping mask? As if I can see my layers to do that. Who am I kidding? Oh, this is really bad. Okay, hold on. Let me move this to the other screen for a second, just so I can fix something. Where the shit is my mouse? There we go. So I want to add a layer, and then I want it to be a clipping mask. It's made by the KDE community, who also made your Linux interface, which is also the interface for the Steam Deck. Oh, right on. They are much less crusty than Krita. Where's Pikachu? Pikachu's gone for a second so that I can actually see my UI. It doesn't really fit onto my tablet screen. I'm trying to make that layer into a clipping mask, but I can't remember how. I don't remember how to do that in this software. I don't really need to. I'd like to. I could just magic wand it. Right, like we could just do this. And then what I want to do is go through and do some colors. With that brown for the tail. I need a brush that's going to feel a little sharper. Don't quite like how that's looking. Nope. I think we do it a little more manual than that. I watched the finale to The Last of Us with Emily last night rather than watching the Oscars because the Oscars are bogus. Would a transparency mask work? Actually, this just looks like an alpha lock use case, the checker on the side of the layer. So this thing? I do know what you mean. Unfortunately, I can't show the screen. But visible. Inherit alpha. Would it inherit from above or from below? Hey, find what you needed?
Yeah, it's a little tight, but it's it'll work.
Okay, perfect. Do you need me for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Then we'll finish up this Pikachu. Must inherit from above. Okay, back in 1 second. Maybe it needs to inherit from above. So I'm going to pull this away again. Although I don't know how it could inherit from above. Could inherit alpha? Group layer is not an arbitrary collection of layers. Rather, in Crypto, group layers are composited separately from the rest of the stack, and then the result is added into the stack. So I need to group it. Quick clipping group. There we go. We got it. Here, let me show you how that worked really quick, just in case anyone's following along. Just woke up? Good morning, Melody. How you doing? So really quick, let me show you what happened here. So what we did was we took the two layers that we're working with, the main Pikachu layer. Oops. Ah, shit. Well, hold on. You'll get to see it again. Because we need to undo that painting. Because that was going on the Pikachu layer. Okay, so then we want to take these two layers and we want to group them. Or actually, I'm sorry. We want to... I don't know if we have to do this, but I'm just going to do it the same way. I did quick clipping group, and I got rid of the mask layer. So then we have these two layers in here. We don't need deselect. You slept for almost 11 hours? Holy hell, Melody. How you feeling? Good or bad? Okay, there we go. So now we're in a good way. We've got the one that serves as our mask. Or, I'm sorry, this is the layer we're painting on top. This is our new layer that we'll be doing the detail work on. That clips to layer 2, which is the layer with the yellow Pikachu outline. So I got it working. You'd donate a cookie if you could. You feel numb. That's probably not ideal. It's good to feel things. At least that's what they tell me. Did I remember to change the stream activity, or was it still art? Okay, we're good. Okay, so that's our reference image. We're going back to... There we go. What's the deal with Pikachu? Sky had asked us to draw a Pikachu. So we're popping one of these out really quick, and then we're going to go back to working on the map. Unless that's in your way, you don't need to worry about it. I'm going to take care of it after the stream today.
I need to get shoes from here.
Oh, okay. Go. So what are you up to today, Melody? I mean, from here on out, I know up until now you've been sleeping. But what are you up to after that? I like to try to leave a little warm in the black that we use for Pikachu. Just because I think it looks better. have eyes pretty far outside of the head. Something like... not quite that big, I don't think. That. That's still... I don't have enough layers. Ditto face territory. Just give me a second. Give me a second. We'll get there. You're not wrong, but we'll get there. Because it should be... wait, there we go. So, just like that. Perfect. If I erase, it just erases this, right? Yeah, okay. I should probably get the shape of the face outlined. Lola, cut it out. Maybe we do the line work over top as a separate layer. I think that's how we do this. Sorry, I gotta pull it away again every time I gotta do layer stuff because I can't fucking see. So... outside of the clipping group. That's how that works. So this is good. I can draw free. You remember during the Scholastic Book Fair grabbing this How to Draw Pokemon book? You only remember Mandyke, Bonsley, and Mime Jr. Oh, you know, all the franchise staples. Still probably too thick. And then, can we do smoothing? I could use some smoothing. Tools. Water. No creo. We can do another random Pokemon drawing challenge and you can rig the selection for me then? Oh, you mean for Corey. Yeah, it was you, me, Pimp, and Benzagon. You're right. Just a little bit of smoothing would be great. But you think the most you've drawn is some funky colors for Leo's turtle 2 years ago? Well, to be fair, we haven't done Creative Corner in 2 years, so... Or at least a year. You don't know if there's a group Blender program, but I guess you'd kill that. Yeah, Corey would do very well in that respect. Okay, so here's where we get a little bit more interesting. Well, first of all, I do want to extend this line over a little bit. And for this, we want to go over and around like that. Not quite as far in as I did. Ugh. I need smoothing. Pretty sure last time we did the group drawing, we used a dedicated program for it. Yeah, I think we used Drawpile, didn't we? But there are web-based ones now. I think it... Yeah, I think it was a dedicated program. Yeah, I think it was Drawpile. Anybody know how I can do smoothing? Yeah, Drawpile, you do like that program. Or at least how to rotate the canvas. Yeah, this is Krita. Do you know how to do smoothing? Because I am struggling without it. Go to the tool options. Brush smoothing! Weighted. How does weighted feel? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm gonna redo all this line work. Sorry about all that wasted time, but this is gonna look way better. Thank you, Melody. Mirror is pressing M. Did I want to rotate her mirror? Not at the moment. But good to know. Thank you. But I wanted to rotate, is what I was going for. Too far. Whoa. Okay. Now that we've got the face shape, I can finish drawing it. So we've got an eye there. A little lower. A little lower and a little smaller. Something like that. Its eyes are so far apart. And I want to go, and then we go like that. We go like that. Or if you want to clean 90 degrees, rotating canvas is shift plus space, and then click and drag. But if you want to clean 90 degrees, just click the button under image drop down. That's undo. Does that face positioning look right? It doesn't, does it? I'm gonna really quick pattern order where give myself a little guide here really quick because I want this to be like which means we've got a nose right there, a mouth right there, and then we've got eye and eye. That's going to be a little better. I do know what a drop down is. Oh, rotate there. I see. You said button, so I thought you meant it was one of the buttons that's under where the image drop down is. I thought you were trying to help. I don't know. I thought you would have said in the drop down menu. Because that's not a button. I mean, it is. You can kind of see where my confusion happened. By definition, those are all buttons. I don't know. I would separate buttons are things that are like on the screen as like a separate widget that you can select, and then everything in the drop down is a menu item. As how I organize it in my head. Perfect. And then it should come from outside. There we go. I think that's going to look a little bit better. So if I hide that guide layer now, I think that does look a little bit better. This one looks like it's looking up a little bit more than the one in my reference image, but we can live with that. I don't think this person knows their anatomy, because this should be going up here, because that arm is back. In the picture I'm looking at, their arm goes like that, which I don't know why both of the arms would be in front of the body. Can I do this all in one stroke? You were going to post the thing, but you never even saved it? Why do you do the things you do? Thankfully, it was recoverable. Did you post did you find it? Did you post it? So close. physically rotate my tablet in order to do this. It's posted? Ooh, let me see. Let me see. Whoa! This is super cool. Hold on, let me pull it onto the screen. Look at that. Lovely. That's super cool. So, compass rose, wheel of the year, clock symbol thing, concept for a project. I'm so curious as to what project. That's very interesting. Does it have any, like, special meaning? Is it like it looks like some sort of, like, ritualistic item or something. Like some sort of magical clock. If you say it's for a project, I assume it has a planned use already. Okay, and then this is supposed to go... I'm having trouble with these toes. It's not quite looking like it's in front the way I want it to. So I think maybe we start with this. It's not bad. I just think I can do better. It's symbolic, it's tied to a few concepts, but the symbol ain't right protected. New meanings can be ascribed. It's for Medium Plaza. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember what Medium Plaza is. It's a name you've used for a few different projects in many different forms. Yeah, but we talked about Medium Plaza once while I was working on a VR painting. I remember talking about that. I think it's just that the toes look too separate. I kind of don't like it in their drawing either. I think if I just...
baths really quick.
Yeah, of course. Give me just 1 second. Back soon. Okay, I'm back. You found the pig griffin? Instead of lion and eagle, it's pig and grackle. Wait, did you share this with me? Because I need to see this. Anyone waste their time watching the Oscars last night? You all seem like the crowd. That's what you love to do, right? Watch an award show glamorizing the opulent and wealthy elite and making them look like heroes in front of the entire world, which is in itself a cash grab. That's what you like, right? I'm trying to gauge, you know, what y'all are into. Imagine there's no heaven. That was the most out of touch thing Hollywood has done in a while. Oh my god, the pig griffin is lovely. Let me see it. Let me bring it on the stream. Hold on. A class act. Look at this beaut. Oh my goodness. That's what I want guarding my home. That's lovely. Yeah, the group Imagine performance was pretty painful to watch. I actually didn't watch it when it happened. I heard that they were doing that in the midst of everything that was going on, and I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. No. Not acceptable. Ooh, with the circles on Pikachu's face, the face actually looks a lot better. I still want to try and redo this line. Focus. It's okay.
Okay, do you think this still looks professional?
Oh, totally. Yeah, that looks better.
Really?
You don't think it looks professional?
I don't know, I can't tell. I don't have a full-length mirror.
Here. One more second. Em's getting ready for an event today. So yeah, Em's been invited. Oh, Corey says good luck.
Thank you, Corey.
Em's been invited to come to one of their larger scale events. So she wants to make sure she's dressed professionally and ready for the event, which I think she is. But, you know, it's understandable to be nervous about something like that. You're going to do great. Melody would like to restore balance and wishes you bad luck.
Thank you, Melody. Okay, love you. I'll be home later. They scheduled me all the way through 9, but I don't know if it's going to be that long.
Okay. Just keep me posted. Let me know.
Yeah.
All right. Love you. Have a good day. See you later. Alrighty. Ugh, she's finally gone.
I'm not gone yet. Be shitty.
Love you. Bye. Botman, he's supposed to be talking. He might be running a little slow. Yeah, he crashed. The hard drive he's on is overfilled. So he's a little laggy. I didn't realize that my streams were recording to my quick access drive. Not really sure why that was happening. That's been fixed. But I still need to go through and clean out the hard drive because I figured that out this morning. It claims it just tried to connect to Twitch, but I don't have any log information whatsoever. So I don't think it actually did do that. There we are. Unfortunately, Melody, the memory stuff that we've been working on will be implemented when you see v0.3 pre-alpha as its greeting message. But we have been working on memory stuff. It's getting there. I just want it. I want that in a good place before we launch that part. Look at that! That's a pretty good Pikachu, I gotta say. I'm not all too disappointed in that. I think the line work could be a little bit smoother, but we're gonna go through and do a little more color and then call this good. And I will share it in the Discord. Thank you, Corey. I will share it in the Discord for Sky to enjoy. We just need to do a couple more color things first. Try and color match that red, which is still a little bit in the orange neck of the woods. And then set us to the right brush, which we are already on. Oh, but I can turn smoothing off. It's a little too... It's not really too dark, is it? That's kind of appropriate. Just making sure my clipping mask is still working. Well, I hope Emily has fun at the event. She gets very nervous, as do I. It's one of the things we have in common. But it always ends up being fine. She's way better with people than I am, and I'm okay. Like when it gets down to it, I can do social events for work and stuff like that. But she's way better. Like she just kind of snaps into it, and she can communicate with people, and there's much more ease after she's in it. Krita's color selectors make you really appreciate Blender's color selector. No, it's great. What's wrong with it? Not sure why all of my tool options are so scrunched up. It's something about putting it on this my pen tablet monitor. I don't know why. Corey gave me a suggestion, but it would require a restart. High DPI. Yeah, so Corey gave us an answer to how I can fix that, but since we're just running out this Pikachu really quick, I didn't want to bother with it. Advanced color selector, my ass. Is there a picker? Please tell me this program has an eyedropper. Right? I don't see one. Oh yeah, there it is. Control click? Oh, or I could select the eyedropper. Like a grandpa. Oh wait, oh shit. Hold on. And there we go. This only works on vector layers? Well, because I'm not on the brush tool, maybe. And then we need our white shine, which on a Pikachu
is fairly large and a little bit toward the center. A little bit larger, I think.
There we go.
Okay, then we can get that pink that we need. We can stand to make it a little darker. And we'll just fill this in. And I am going to do lazy shading, which is to do another clipping layer and overlay it
With color darken or color burn. No, color darken, I think. Whichever one it is. Your Build-A-Bear Pikachu approves, he said Pika Pika. Then I nailed it. Thank you, Sky. This is a big moment for me. I've never had my art approved by the actual subject of the art. Yeah, so the way we're going to do this, which you can't see, is we're going to add one more clipping layer. Okay, and then that is going to... Where do I have my layer styles? Right here. We want to do... I think we want to just do overlay, actually. I drew Emily once. What am I implying? Oh, you know, actually, she did approve of that drawing. So I guess that has happened before. No, she liked that drawing. She was mostly concerned that I captured her swoop. Don't forget to send it to your Discord. Don't worry, Sky. I will not. Okay, so we've got... Oh. Hey, you're supposed to be in the clipping group. What the hell? Inherit. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we do that. And then the color we want is actually just going to be a kind of neutral blue. And that tends to make really convincing shadows. But you can see if we do normal, that is blue. But making it darker and just a little bit bluer, I've managed to draw the eyes that follow you. It's what I do. It stares at you no matter where you look. Mona Lisa 2. Mona Lisa 2, Electric Pikachu. Let's pick an overlay or a blend mode that works for us. Color dodge is not, it's the opposite of what we need. Color makes it too blue. I think overlay is actually what we want. Maybe darken. No, that makes it too green. Luminosity. Luminosity is maybe a bit too strong. Like if we just, let's just scribble over the whole thing so we can see how it's landing. Oh yeah, luminosity actually makes the red worse, but if we do overlay, it's overlay. What we want is overlay. And then I think we just want to darken our color a little bit. Something like that. It's just that little bit of blue. Shadows end up... Luminosity won't affect the hue, just gives me dark yellow. Thank you, Corey. Okay, so that is indeed what I need to do. Oh my god. I looked up at my reference image, okay? Which again is this little Pikachu here. Which is definitely fan art. It has to be. I know it looks a lot like the original drawing, but there's a gap in the red. And I saw that and I was like, how'd I miss a spot? And then I realized I was looking at my reference image. I'm such an idiot. Okay. And I actually probably should have made him a slightly brighter yellow, which I think we can still fix. If I go to the main layer and I say can we do adjustment layers? Is that a thing? Colorize mask? Is that the equivalent? Sugimori might be the most replicated artist of all time. Is that the artist for Pokemon? Like the person who designed the Pokemon? I'm happy with the yellow color. I'm gonna leave it. He said, because he didn't want to figure out the thing that was confusing. And I think we are actually going to have a little bit of smoothing on here just to make it easier to do this. And apparently I'm on the wrong layer again. I am. I should be on this layer. There we go. Multiply is way too effective. Okay, we're gonna call that good enough. How about like the US flag? Yeah, fair. Okay. And here I'm apparently supposed to go like this. And that's gonna follow all the way around. I need a smaller brush for this. Ah! Are you serious? What happened? What happened to my layer mask? There we go. Okay, not bad.
I'm going to bring that around to there, and then I want to kind of just shave that bit off. There we go. I need a bit under the chin to define that shape, which again I can just sharpen up with the eraser. Okay, and a little bit on this side.
I don't know if I agree exactly with this artist about the lighting direction, but it's okay. I think that's pretty good. Okay. So we will say that. And, didn't my mom teach me how to talk with my mouth full? Yes, but that was with food. This is a pen. It's completely different. Every child here has had to draw it many times for more than a century. That's true. Ken Sugimori... Maybe it's that so many people have gotten good at Sugimori style. I'm going to take that to mean you think I'm good at Sugimori style, and let me just be the first to humbly say I completely agree. Okay. So, Sky, I will send that to you after the stream today. Feel free to message me to remind me if necessary. Do you owe me anything? Your continued viewership and support is all I ask for in exchange. Thank you, Sky. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that. We are going to switch our screen back. The unenlightened.com/store. That's true. If you want to buy a sticker, you could do that. I'm supposed to be promoting myself more. I will say hi to Emily. She just left for the event that she's working today. But I will pass that along. I'm trying to get her back on the stream. She's been getting settled in the new job. I don't want to push her about it. And we've officially agreed that I'm taking over writing Megalomania because she just doesn't have time. So I'm going to have her basically giving me story notes and some dialogue notes on what I've written. And I'm just going to write Megalomania on my own. Hopefully, if I can get the channel going, you know, and we get things moving here, it would be a little more feasible for her to spend some time helping me with stuff. But she's got a job to do. So, I'm going to write Megalomania alone. View on those right tabs. Oh, clip, blah, blah, blah. That's right. I forgot we were doing that. Thank you for the reminder, Corey. Mind like a steel trap. It's really remarkable. Either that or my mind is like a colander. I'm not sure. Let me scroll up to when you actually said that so that I can see exactly what it was. Where are we? Settings. No, that's Krita. View. View? View. Clip thingy. Oh, on the menu that toggles by pressing N. This view. Got it. Clip start. 10 meters! Good lord! Well, that would explain why I can't see shit. Let's try just going to 1,000 for now. Oh, that's where the near face clipping happens. I see. So that should be at 10. And the end is 1,000,000? I should be able to see it then, right? Because this square is only 25 kilometers long. Like, if I take this whole shape... Wait a minute. Hold the phone, gang. Because if we bring our scale up... What the fuck thing am I supposed to be clicking for that? Can't remember where that is. World properties? There we are. So if we bring the scale to where it's supposed to be, all of a sudden the end is 1,000 meters. That's the problem. We're a gang? You thought we were a crew? Am I supposed to not sarcastically refer to you as a collective? Should I be serious? Alright, Yui crew. Let's go. I mean, that is technically your name. I'm just not very good at being a cheese ball. I'm good at sarcastically being a cheese ball. My brother tells me I'm supposed to do those kinds of things. I'm supposed to collectivize you. That's not what he told me. That was my analysis. If I'm trying to draw in more people, that is technically what I'm supposed to do. Am I a colander or a cheese ball? I'm actually a combination of both. I am a cheesecloth. That's what I am. Okay, so if we scale this up 1,000, we can see that culls very immediately. So let's add a factor of 10 to that. And suddenly, we can see our whole map, even though it's 1,000 meters. The water line looks like boiled shit, but it looks fine when we get close. It looks so bad. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, we fixed our culling problem, or our clipping problem, so that's good. Time to use Austin to make milk out of nuts and grains. Please do not use me to milk your nuts. Thank you. This has been a public service announcement. Never thought I'd have to say that. Not a situation I thought would come up, but here we are. Blender ain't quite meant to be operated at a universe scale, though the severity might be toned down in recent versions. I get it. We'll upgrade in the next stream, okay? Okay, fine. No, we won't, actually. I'm going to wait until 3.5 comes out and then I'll upgrade, because I'm not going to upgrade and then upgrade again. Yeah, I had a feeling that one would be a quote. Okay, so we're finally in the spot where we can do what we intended to do today. Oh boy! So, we're going to do that. But I'm going to get some water and pee first. I mean, that one had to be a quote. There was no way that wasn't going to be a quote. I knew it before I said it. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, great. Apparently the Silicon Valley Bank thing is really bad. I had heard about it, didn't know how dire it was. Sounds like it's kind of a big fucking deal. Looks like we had another really big bank crash. Yay! Here we go again. Doing what we're supposed to do thing. I'm sorry, I walked away and now I don't remember what I said. I've done it to you again. Pikachu interference? Oh, it wasn't the Pikachu's fault. I'm 3,000 miles from it. It can't hurt me. Yeah. Apparently, Congress had an emergency Zoom call with almost the entirety of Congress last night. There were 2 big banks that went under. Oh, good! Good, because that doesn't sound like a potential chain reaction. Apparently, Joey B is supposed to speak today. So, I guess I'll watch that later. Okay, so we should be able to zoom in much closer now. Oh, look at us down at ground level. That mountain is tall, man. Hell. What's happening over there? Oh, that's the back face culling. That's what's happening over there. Roaring 20s ending 6 years early. What's wrong with this song? He's done playing Uno and visiting SeaWorld via AI. Is that what Joe's been up to? You don't know where it's from, but it's used in many things. Gotta love that royalty-free groove. It tastes like not getting sued. Okay. We also have our full-sized ground... this, I guess, for visual reasons, also needs to be upscaled. So that it fits. But that's just nice to be able to see, like, where we are contextually, you know. It still clips out because the map is gargantuan. Like Soundscape and Unregistered Hypercam. Dreamscape. Almost the same thing. I was like, I don't know what Soundscape is, but it sounds like a knockoff DAW program. Or DAW. Ugh, I don't want to go back to Pro Tools, but it's the only thing I know. That's the problem with going to college for that shit, is I learned everything on all of the expensive fucking programs! And now everything is just, like... I have to relearn other shit. Like, fortunately, I already knew Blender, because in school, I was taught Maya. And Maya is a fantastic program. Can't afford it, though. Crawling back? Yeah, somewhat. On one hand, crawling back. On the other hand, yeah. More likely, I'm not... oh, you meant crawling back to Pro Tools. You were with my previous statement. But yeah, I don't know that I will go back to Pro Tools. So technically my response still aligns. Just because Pro Tools is simultaneously outstanding and just sucks so much. It just... Like, in terms of being able to handle large amounts of audio and organize it and really good multi-track, even the free version, I think, still has 4, maybe 8 tracks, which is still pretty good for free. If they're still doing the free version, which they might not be, because last time I looked at that was probably at least 5 years ago. And I feel like I remember hearing that they stopped it. Okay, so we're going to add a cylinder. These are going to basically be like a telephone pole. Which I guess a telephone pole's about that big around, maybe? How big around is a telephone pole? I want to say like a foot. Not like diameter. Hawaiian Punch is only 40 calories a cup? Really? It's because there's nothing in it at all. The water just tastes like that where they mine it. You hate that educational institutions either A, pay absurd amounts for licenses, or B, get sponsored, both making sure kids use corporate tools all their life. Yeah. I mean, the problem in film school is that it's the industry standard situation. Because all my school was doing was copying what most of the industry uses for all of this. Except we were on Windows machines. We were set up to use all the programs that people use in a Mac environment and that are basically developed to work best in a Mac environment. And then we were using them on Windows PCs. All the Windows versions of those programs. Yay. But pretty much everybody is using, I mean, at least for their main machines, mostly Macs. Even the sound studio I went in, most of the working machines were Macs. One guy had a PC because he was stubborn, which I respect. Meanwhile, the industry is moving to Resolve instead of Premiere and After Effects. Are colleges keeping up? Yes, they are. Yeah. When I went to school, it was Premiere and After Effects, but they were already starting to teach Resolve classes because Resolve was starting to build up steam when I was in school. So I know at least Chapman almost certainly has kept up. I'm just a product of my time. I've been looking at it. I should probably switch over to Resolve. Glad to hear it. You guess Blackmagic has pockets too. Yeah. Well, I mean, they had Blackmagic cameras for us to work, and this is in 2000 fuck. About 2000 fuck. And I mean, we had Blackmagic cameras available in the rental shop. Our rental shop was bananas. Super spoiled. Thank you, scholarships. But they... The what you call it? The rental house that we had on campus was, like, insanity. And then there was a whole separate prop and art rental house, which included actual, like, flats, like set walls. People were building complete sets on campus. Like, the amount of shit they paid for at that school is insane. Honestly, it should have cost more to, well, not should have, but, like, logically, the way they price colleges, you would have thought that they would charge even more, which Chapman's a fucking ridiculously expensive school. I'm happy about what I learned there. It's just being fair, but colleges cost too fucking much. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's not exactly a hot take. But yeah, I was extremely spoiled in school, and then I went out into the working world and was not spoiled. And I was able to get by. Like, I was able to figure out the equipment I was using and everything like that. It wasn't a problem. And I got myself onto real sets quickly enough that I didn't have to really worry about that much. One of those rare cases where cold calling actually worked out because I'd been harassing this producer. And then they happened to have somebody drop out 2 days into the shoot. And he's like, "Do you still want to come work on this set?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." I got really lucky. It was nice. And that's how I got to know everybody that I knew. But as soon as you leave, they all disown you because it's a cult. I stopped working on set because I needed some consistent money, and then all of them acted like I had died. Never called me back again. One of them called me back once when the pandemic hit and they were running out of crew because everybody was moving out of town. He gave me a call to see if I could work, and I'm like, dude, I can't go work on set in the pandemic. Like, no, I can't do that. we add our cylinder. And our radius is going to be 0.5 meters. I was going to look up how wide a telephone... What's the... Fine. What's the radius of a telephone pole? There we go. In meters. Let's see here. Fine. 11 to 27 inches. So we'll go with the widest possible. And then 27 inches in centimeters. 68. Call it 69. Because it's 68.58. So I don't care if it's a little bit on the big side. That's fine. Need to remove that item. Start again. So we're going to add a cylinder. And that was the diameter. Okay, so then we're going to want to do... Well, we'll say 34 then, because that's just easier to do. So we want to add a cylinder. Mesh cylinder. We want a radius of 34 centimeters. And a depth of, what, 5 meters? Can we actually zoom in on this object now? Look at that. So here's a question. How do we focus on an object without the number pad? View frame selected. That's what we want. There we go. Alt middle click is a good guess. Let's find out. Alt middle click. Nice! Good call. Can you do that with meshes like over here also? Doesn't seem like it. So if I'm not looking at the thing, then I just do view frame selected. Cool. Still functional. Not bad. I could change the keybind. Yeah, we won't worry about that. Alright, so this is our telephone pole. We're going to use these to map out our city. So we're gonna what we're gonna do actually, I'm gonna zoom out. We're gonna find our place on our map that we want to start this, which is gonna be right in here. And we're just gonna start a little ways in. Let's make sure our grid is the right scale, which it is. Okay. There we go. And then we're going to select that, and we're going to say... what am I doing? Snap. That's what I want. Yeah, I want snap, and then I want cursor to selected. That'll bring that over here. And then we can tab out of that, select the cylinder, then we snap again, selected to cursor. And then that'll bring our cylinder over here. And this is kind of how we can do this. kind of want to map this route out. I'll just bring that up to like there. What I think we can do is I just tab into edit mode. I guess make sure I have all selected. Still not close enough. Okay. Got all selected, and then we're just going to chart this out. And I'm not going to be too specific about it. We're just going to Shift D. We bring what we're bringing to here. There we go. We moved it about 100 meters away. That's fine. Shift D again. Kind of try to keep it around 100 meters. But we're just going to eyeball it from here. I think this should go kind of like this. Okay, and then we're going to start going up the hill here. Oh, was I... Are those perfectly vertical? Was I in the right view while I was doing that? I think I was. It looks like they're still perfectly vertical. Since these are so far apart, it'll be easy to go down the line and get them up to the ground level as we go. So I think we want to go back to that top view. We want X-ray on. And we're just going to keep going here. Because I think I want this to kind of cut across like that. I think this should probably spiral up this hill. Because, I mean, you know, you got to remember the scale, right? Like, these pins are 100 meters apart. That's a good distance. And of course, when I say you got to remember, I mean I got to remember. Starts to slope too much there. I think we need to keep with... Actually, I think I need to turn that a little bit sharper. So we're going to actually start turning here. At least for this section, I think we need to kind of follow the shape because it's just a little too slopey off to the right. Spiral Mountain. Yes, we are spiral. I mean, it does spiral all the way up around. Does that count? We're not going to do the squigglies anymore, not here, but we might do them maybe, probably right here. We'll do some squigglies. Maybe we can squiggle up this hill to get to the top section. But yeah, the hope is that we can have the city coil all the way around the mountain, which will make it feel a lot like a lot larger. I think it will really help the city feel more vast than it actually is, because it would take 35 minutes to walk across the entire city, but you can't walk across the entire city. You have to walk around the city. There will be a couple of through cuts so that it's possible to get around, like, as a player. But if we're talking about the design of the city, if you're trying to go and see everything and following the intended route, it's going to take you a while to go through the city. So I think from a video game standpoint, this is probably the right place to be. Let's turn the air off. It's chilly in here. It does not need to be on right now. This to hug the terrain over here. This is just the main route right now. Hoping this will work. Okay, starting to plan routes. Oh man, this is so nice. Okay, so now what I need to do is turn off X-ray. I just need to go through one at a time and put them on the ground. Not exactly, just approximately. Just so that they're intersecting. As long as there's something to mark it, and then we can go through. I just wish there was a way to attach myself to the ground so that we can go, okay, we're moving into a much tighter scale. Let's act like it. This is our next one. This isn't too hard to do, actually. Thanks to X-ray. gotta be so close. It's so hard to see what we're doing. Okay, the slope is looking reasonable so far. At that scale, anyway. I mean, it's a hill. Like, it's already a big hill, so we don't need to worry about that too much. Like, you're going up that amount over 100 meters. I think you're okay. Like, it doesn't look very steep, you know? It's a lot of climbing, but it's also a lot of distance. Nope. Hey. There we go. I think I held shift instead of control. What's happening? We're just going to bring all of the ones that we've done so far up just a little bit. Because I think it'll be a little bit easier to deal with to have them all floating above than it would be to try to, like, find the ones that are partially underneath. I just don't want to deal with that. So we'll have them floating in the air a little bit. And then we should be able to get through this a little faster because we won't have to be as close. Is there a shortcut for that? Alt-Z. Okay. Do I really need to go through the whole thing right now? Probably not. Although what I should be doing is selecting all of those. Oh, I need X-ray on. Select all of those, right? And then what we can do is bring everything up together and deselect stuff. Okay. This will be a faster way. Okay, we found it. We found the better way. So, what I can do is I can get things positioned where I want them for that one. And then I can go into the paint mode, unselect that, then move it up. We've got the whole thing selected, so we just kind of keep keeping on, and we will get there. Something like that. And they are, like I said, they're floating a little bit, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about that too much. Somewhere around there. Okay, good. And this way we don't have to switch view modes. Surely wouldn't have turkey for their third meal in a row, would they? Be surprised. Alright, Corey. Enjoy. Go retrieve Turkey Part 3. In the meantime, we're working our way around here. This is a much better way to plot these roads. This is the methodology I will be following from here on out. And this is the whole reason, by the way, that we are just focusing on this section. I've mentioned it multiple times before. But just for the sake of clarity, we will be basically working this section all the way through to a point where we could start like doing our simple game development, like some of our early days stuff on this tile, the one that we're on right now, for testing. Because it'll have a little bit of everything, at least for starters. It'll have a small fishing town, it'll have a bigger city area, it'll have at least one kind of dragon. There are actually two kinds of dragons that have territory overlap here. 3 if you include the fact that there's a small amount of water. It gives us a lot to play with for development. So this is kind of our tester area, and we'll get our procedures all figured out on this section of the map, and then we will expand from there. That's more or less the game plan. do really want to see if this part that wraps up over the top is going to wrap the way it's supposed to. You know what I should do that would make these visible from a distance in render mode is I should make them luminescent. Or luminous. I think that would be a good idea. Because then I'd be able to see them even when I zoom out, I think. Because they would have a little glowy spot. Similar ballpark height-wise this whole space, but unfortunately, at this scale, that still means there's a lot of moving to do. So... right around there. That one can actually stay exactly where it is. That might happen a few more times here. Well, that's a good thing, because I didn't want to rip faces, so... Good thing you can't do that, Blender. Because I didn't mean to press that button. Okay, those two, I think, can also stay. And then this one needs to move. Need to zoom out and rotate and zoom back in because we're getting sticky here. Somewhere around there it feels like. Maybe a little bit higher, like that. Right there. There we go. Okay, now we're going to start our efforts to squiggle up the mountain. Okay, beautiful. Around there. Now that is quite a slope. But maybe it has to be a staircase. Now I think we're going to actually keep this level where it is. And have it push out the hillside a little bit. That's kind of what seems smart to me here. Because that's what would happen. You'd build up some of the hillside there for it to sit on. That would go into that space so that this would kind of tooth a little bit. And then you'd have another tooth here. So yeah, we're going to leave this whole row at this Z level. So all of these can go, and that is not just because I want to move through this a little more quickly. That is genuinely what I think it should look like. And we're floating all the way until we get to the one on the right there. So we can get rid of both of these. And we can start looking at raising things again here. Which has the added bonus of making this slope a little less steep. So the first one's a little rough, but maybe the second one will be better. I'm going to try and move this one up a little. We'll try and help that angle a little bit, but it's not a huge concern at the moment. I'm more or less following the same procedure that I followed building Spawn Island. Laying out the paths with individual blocks so that I know more or less where I'm going, and then building up the larger features around those points. That one seems like it's... oh no, it's a little bit low, isn't it? There we go. Now I can see those dots even if I'm zoomed out, because we've got them all the way above the mesh, even with the weird stuff like what happens with the water while we're up here. We can still see our route, which I think is nice. It is incredibly satisfying to watch this come to life. I'm at the top. Yeah, we're just about there. We've got it nearly wrapped around, and we can stop at that point. There are more smaller roads that will branch off of this, but what we're actually going to do right now is go down to this fishing village and start trying to kind of block things out. So, right now, while we're just blocking, I'm going to have kind of a standard size fence. We'll have like a standard sized building block, and I might just add a few more of those and change their shape a little bit, and we'll spread those around and kind of just try and get a feel for the layout. I didn't sketch these cities in advance. I've drawn a couple of like concept sketches for Crown's Ridge. But not enough that I'd really say there's like a defined layout. So we're kind of freeballing it here. We're figuring it out as we go. Okay, that one's good where it is. That needs to go down a little bit. That makes both of these look like they're good where they are. And that, actually the whole thing, I think that's kind of about it. Maybe this one needs to go up just a smidge, like that. But then it feels like the entrance to the castle is right there, right? And then maybe you put some stables over here, and then that's where the little back route comes from the stables and goes down this little step. Ah! Isn't it? It's just like tasty how it starts to come to life and feel like a world. Like, this is going to do a better job of scratching the itch that I'm trying to scratch with, or that I was trying to scratch with Spawn Island. But I actually feel way more like free while I'm working on Spawn Island because it doesn't feel as important now that I'm actually building the Everbound map. So, like, I got some work done on that castle on Spawn Island. I kept working on that a little bit after the stream and kind of did a top trim section. It is a win-win. Progress all around. And a happy Austin. We're doing great. I very much like the look of that road. Happy Austin. Exactly. Okay. Road markers. And then this is going to be an organization system that we follow for all of these map sections as we move through it. This is good, though. There's enough going on here that I could even test some of the like economy and like background progression features that are supposed to be happening in this game. I think I mentioned this already. I've dubbed this open story, which is officially coined on the website has a blog now. I've been told that I need a blog. Again, I kid at my brother's recommendations, but he knows what he's talking about. So I'm trusting him because I want to grow the channel. So, you know, that's how it do. But yeah, I'm officially calling this an open story game because, like, you know, the world was on rails, right? And then we switched to open world, and stories are on rails. And now this concept is open story. Right? I feel like it kind of makes sense. I thought open narrative, but I thought open story sounded a little friendlier. Open narrative sounds like it's homework. A blog. Team Cherry apparently doesn't need that, so you're sure I don't. Well, here's the thing. You use the blog to get attention, so when you already have it. How did you miss that when you went to link the store? No, it's good. A lot of the people I follow do the same thing. It's not a ton of work. And I kind of use ChatGPT to write it. Not really. Still waiting for a new update since 12.13.19. Yeah. It'd be nice if they did. But basically, when I edit down each of the videos, like I have the next post ready to go already. I kind of used ChatGPT to write it. Like I notated out everything I wanted to say, then it wrote it, then I did an editing pass on that to make it sound like, you know, a human being, because it really doesn't quite. It doesn't sound very natural, or it doesn't sound like me, or whatever. So I tried to edit it to sound a little more like me. But I'm supposed to have a blog. Using ChatGPT to help fill that out means that I can get that done a little bit faster. Saves me some time. And, you know, it's not like I can afford to hire a copywriter anyway. It certainly does not get the job done on its own, though. Like, if I were to use just ChatGPT to write those, it would sound even more vapid than it already does. Okay, so we're going to tab out of this. Although, maybe I do want to do something with them visually so that we can see what's going on. Extol the virtues of Huey Austin and his upcoming projects. Make sure to kick babies. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to push this. trying to drop the underscore. I know I still have it on underscore live. But I'm trying to do this now. I feel like it looks a little better. What do we think about that? You happy about losing your job? Botman's not losing his job. He's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, it is. It's like the Apple thing. But it looks better than the underscore. And it still creates that separation so that it doesn't look like it just says Easton. Because that's what it looks like without the separation. But in some places I can't really change it, which is kind of sucky. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to stick with that or not. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to go to Object Preferences. Custom Properties. Add. Go back to the 90s. U.E. Austin. Oh God. Let's not. I can at least make these red. You'll miss that underscore. One of your best friends. Rip underscore. We hardly knew ye. There's not any way I can make this glow, is there? Kicked to the digital curb. You make it sound so tragic. Okay, so what do we think? Like, imagine a road for like a medieval timesy kind of like horse and carriage road, and then kind of double it. Because people will be walking dragons on this road, so we should double it. Melody underscore maple underscore 2dy. At least those are kind. You can even kind of see them all the way up the line there. This probably works to make them red like that. Leo called you out, but Austin is still changing his name every about 8 months. To be fair, I technically switched to the UE Austin, like without the underscore, a long time ago. I switched it, but it didn't really feel worth enforcing. It still doesn't really feel worth enforcing. Is this the new Lululemon? What, Mimamo? Mimamo is a good it's a good short name for you. It's catchy. The kids are gonna love it. The kids are always shorting everything down now. It's what they do. Okay, we're gonna add a new mesh, which is going to be a cube. We're going to make it 1/2 meter thick, and then its other dimensions are going to be larger. So we'll say what? Amazing that I mispronounced every vowel in that. Look, just because it comes from Melody Maple Moody does not mean that the ending acronym is pronounced Moo. First of all, it's Moody because there are two O's, and all you've got there is an O, is one. So if you're telling me that's not Mo, you're lying to me. Secondly, I stand by me, Mamo. Look at it. Look at it. Ask your heart what you wrote there. You know the truth. I don't think I mispronounced anything. At the most, you wrote Memamo. I might give you Memamo. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll give you Memamo. But not Memu. Mm-mm. No Memu. Can't do it. Okay. How wide is a, what, 3-lane highway? A 2-lane highway. A 2-lane highway seems wide enough to walk a dragon down as long as its wings are folded in. Minimum width considered a 2-lane road is 16 feet. So 16 feet in meters. 4.8. So we'll make it an even 5. Seems fair. So that'll be 5. And then our sections will be 20 meters long. You just need the phonetic markers. There you go. You gotta get those squeezed in there, and then you're good to go. Move it there. But we're supposed to be going toward the next point. Oh, I went the wrong way. Well, we'll leave that one there anyway. And then we'll move one all the way over to here. And that should be heading that way, so we're going to rotate it a little bit like this. And then we're going to move it on the flat plane like that. So this is our road width down there. As we get up into the heart of the city, like maybe after we crest over that hill, we'll double the width of this. And then for the main road leading up to the castle, we'll half that again. So the main road will be 3 times the width of what we're doing right now. I'm not sure if that's what I said, but that's what I meant to say. So we'll have this width, and then we'll have one that's double the width, and then we'll have one that's triple the width of the one we're doing right now. That's how this works. I hope you're ready for more butchered katakana. This is not a concern for me. I think it looks great. think we can do maybe... We'll do road sections all the way up to that and then call it good. It cracks me up how we keep getting, like, into lower and lower and lower levels of detail. Everything just keeps getting smaller and smaller. About there, and then we want to rotate that a little bit more so that it's starting to loop past it. And then I think what I want to do is I actually want this one to be rotated a little bit less. That's looking pretty good. Okay. That's good on our roads for now. I think those we will color red to match the road markers, right? I don't really see any reason why not. Me moo. Yeah, that looks correct, Melody. Ticket to Ride vibes? She's got a ticket to ride. Somehow I feel like that's not what you meant. Maybe it is. Alright, so these we are also going to color red. I know I'm gonna be sad. All those D sounds should be that. And the that should be that. I see. I feel like I'm learning Japanese already. No, wrong thing. There we go. We're gonna make these a little taller. Maybe actually the easier way to do that. Let's X-ray everything. Then we're gonna tab it. And then I'm just gonna grab everything on the bottom. Because we're all still mostly level. And yeah, it was a ½ meter, I think. So we're gonna bring it down. So now they're a full meter thick. And then we can bring them up a little bit more. You were flip-flopping between P and poo. Pay and poo? See more often as... I don't understand what's happening here at all. I'm just going to let you all carry on with that. trying to understand. I want to understand. But the information's not getting in the door. I don't know what to tell you. If I want to spend some time learning basic Japanese, hit you up. I might take you up on that. I'm a terrible student. Does that sound fun? Then I'll at least know as much as course. I mean, I would like to know more. The fact of the matter is, though, I am a terrible student. So 3 meters tall would probably be about right. I'm just trying to think of a general building block size. I think we do 3 meters tall, and then we do 5 by 5. What's the width of this room? This room is about 10 feet across. Bombman's offended. So that's 3 meters. So if I were to make it the size of this room, then it would just be a cube. So maybe we just do a 3 meter cube as our starting shape for buildings. We're going to make these blue. And we're going to start thinking about how this works. So one of the things we'll definitely need here that I want next to the road some kind of shack that's like a greeting space or like a first person to talk to in this little town. But realistically, we'll make it a little bit long. Bring it this way. We'll rotate 90. Hey, Pimp, how you doing? Welcome in. Is it a Radio Shack? Sure, why not? I'll make the most progress at the beginning so I'll feel accomplished, then I'm free to give up when it suddenly gets harder. That's what I usually do in life. Oh, and of course, some people might spell their names differently than normal, the same way we have weird spellings of common names in English, so your phonics assumptions aren't completely wrong. Oh, nice. You call that a win, Corey. You take that. You take those W's. We're just gonna be fine with like clipping and weird stuff like that because we're just laying things out. So we're going to scale this on the y-axis, or on the x-axis, to be a little bit more narrow. And then we're going to move it back. So it's more or less in line with that. It's kind of a little starting thing. And then I should be able to just add a cube. Yeah, and it's already our 3-meter cube. So if I think there should still be, which I do, a few more shop buildings, I'm just going to lay them out on the grid and then I'll rotate them a little bit so that they look better. It's mostly foreigners who do that because changing the spelling of names in hiragana is impossible, since they usually have kanji equivalents that can't be changed. Ah. Okay. So that's a... Well, you said foreign, but I guess mostly a Western thing to do. You got another shop there, and then... this way a little bit and down so that it's a little lower, and then that's going to get rotated a little bit also. We're also gonna, I think I'm gonna build these with a little bit of breathing room, because either it'll be easy to navigate around them or I can expand them a little bit to make them fit. And then what we can basically do is we can take the little city map and bring that into another file. And then we can work on areas individually, which I'm gonna need to break all these up into individual files if I want any chance of being functional. And then when you go inside a building, I don't know if we'll do full open world to the point where the inside of the building exists, or if we'll do a Zelda kind of thing where once you open the door it pulls you in. Probably the second thing. Okay, I feel like maybe one more fishing spot, or one more shop here. Or maybe there's some kind of thing here. That's like... worth gathering everybody around, and then we can do something like this. And we can... Oh wait, sorry, my bad. Put them back on the grid first. Make that one a little longer like that. Make that little tiny thing. And then That one can just be bigger overall. I'm going to do this. Kind of want to leave that like a little... Well, it looks like a kissing booth or something. I don't know what it is, but that's what it looks like. And then we'll have that be a wide one. Opening the door fades you to a menu interface. Not the Pokemon Scarlet Violet special. Dragon kissing booth. Oh man. Yeah, that's the one thing this game is missing, you know. Can you fuck the dragons? That's the question everybody's been asking. Is there a dragon romance system? The search is definitely flawed. Try other words. Oh, you're just deciding what to guess on? Why are those quotes back to back? I basically made the same joke twice. I guess I do that a lot. Okay, so we've got that as a little useful patch of buildings. Well, I guess with those, you'd want to, like, cull the bottom of the... Like, not cull, that's the wrong word. You'd want to actually physically cut off the bottom of the low-resolution models wherever the land is. And then you just have them draw on top. Because if these... Cube buildings... If the buildings were drawing on top, we wouldn't have any issue seeing them, right? No matter what's going on, we're still going to see those buildings. We don't want that necessarily because we can see them, like, through stuff. Like, if I go over here, well, if they were big enough, I would still be able to see the buildings. They're not big enough. So maybe it's not a problem, but... Whatever. I guess we'll do that for these for now. So road, we'll say draw on top. Road markers, we will also draw on top. It'll be a little bit easier to see those that way. We don't have to worry about them interacting. If we need to work on the road sections, though, and I'm like, why can't I see it clipping through things? It's because it's drawing on top. Please remind me of that. Oh no, my speed is normal when I'm drunk and I'm in the middle of everything. And there's a zombie horse. That is a good one. Yeah, also, you're in for a rough day. Sorry about that. But, you know, play it as it lies. Okay, so we don't want this city to be very big. Here's one thing, though. Now we get into the neighborhood of me needing to think about, like, actual gameplay mechanics. I do want a fast travel entry point nearby here. Those basically work with the way people are supposed to play this. Not really, no. It's not going to be an enjoyable experience. You don't play Everbound. You suffer through Everbound. So this is going to be a fast travel station. Over on the other side here. You know it's Ocarina of Time, but you always want to follow that phrase with the sound of music. Just keep building the world until full dive VR is available. Then you can force people to actually suffer in it. Perfect. Perfect. That's what this game is all about. Pain. You always think of the whistle from Mario 3. Well, to be fair, they are the same whistle. The warp whatever whistle. Everbound has a whole new meaning. That acronym is too rough for me. I'm going to need that written out. I'm sorry. It's those N64 instruments. Yeah, it just all kind of connects together in your brain. I didn't even have an N64 and it does me. It does that to me. A link to the pastrami. Thank you. Thank you, both Melody and Corey. So that's our fast travel entrance. Sorry, just thinking about what I want to do and whether or not I want to talk out loud about how the fast travel system is supposed to work. Because I'm still kind of figuring it out. And I think it's going to be cool. But I'm not confident in it yet. Should we make the ground green in this just for aesthetics? Just kind of like a gentle green. It's a little nicer to look at. A gentle eye searing 02550. Green. Already got your Radio Shack spoiler, you don't need any more. Speaking of N64, yeah, they did like their bright colors, didn't they? Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I know there's a fishing hole kind of over here. So we're gonna do that. And then this, if I'm remembering the map layout correctly, which I think I am. Should be accessible, right? Or should the bay be here? Hold on, we're gonna hop files really quick just because it'll be easier. Turn the rest of the map back on here. So, which one of these should be the place that's got, like, the heavy fishing? I feel like this is this nice little closed-off, tighter bay that's harder to bring a ship into. Ships should be coming in here. Plus, then you've got the back entrance to the castle coming down to this road, although I guess that could go either side without much difficulty. But yeah, I think I'm still going to put it here. So this will be the shipping dock. Although, no, I'm standing by this. Speaking of Radio Shack, you bought an old cassette player recently that either plugs into AC or runs on 8D batteries. Oh my god. Does it double as like an additional car starter? You just hook it up and jump your battery? Okay, so then our fishing hole is over here. You now expect DEV batteries to be mostly 1.5 volts, probably run in series for 12 total. That would make sense. So we are going to take... We're going to take that and bring it over here-ish. And what, that's 168 by 57. That's pretty large. Water level is all the way down here. So we want to go kind of to there. And then we want to, I think I want to make it a little bit longer. Oh wait, that would have been the size of the whole object. What am I talking about? We're going to lengthen it. Rotate it like that. Bring it out to there. And then bring it down until we hit water. I need these not drawing in front right now. What about there? Bring it out a little bit like that. Scale the whole thing up. I'm sorry. Scale the whole thing up on a flat plane, not make it taller. So you just remove 6 of them and plug it in 9 volts. I don't know why that could possibly start a fire, for example. So, thinking about functionality of this town, right? This is right next to... This should be one of our busier towns, I think. Because it's right next to the castle. That, to me, means that it should be busier. I mean, if we've got major shipping, even if they're being denied any benefit of the shipping that's here, the people that live here, even if that's the case, which is a reasonable assumption, because Talia is a demagogue. Still, I would think that just through all the traffic, I mean, you have to come through this town to get to the castle. This is kind of the last small town before you're in the castle. I feel like as small towns go, it'll be one of the larger ones. This is cool. At Junior Shinjuku Station, there's a wall of screens for ads, but right now they're all playing clips from Pokemon showing every catch evolution and final league match. Ash had to show how far he came before his journey comes to an end. That's pretty cool. 36 is pretty young for Ash to die. Oh my god. It's been a long run these 36 years, but my time on Earth is over. I'm gonna get some more water. Actually, I'm gonna put you guys on hold. I'll be right back. I guess Junior Railroad doesn't really make sense, does it? Oh. Bigger than a model railway, but too small for adults to use. It is a railway for children under the age of 7. After that, you're too old, you gotta use the real railroad. It's like the kids' table for travel. Must be this short to ride. Exactly. I should mention, because people are like, why'd you leave? The stream's almost over. The stream's not almost over. I'm going to go on a little bit longer today. Emily's out of the apartment. I'm caught up on most of my busy work. So, we'll go a little bit longer today. Big reveal. Real shocker. We're making people's lives better today. That's what I'm all about. The cruel warden isn't here to stop me. Yes, of course. No, it's I don't like being alone in an empty, quiet apartment. So I'm gonna stay on a little bit longer. And then I'll leave, because I do actually have some editing to do. But we're gonna stay and think about this city a little bit. So we've got entry to the transit there. How do we go about this? Because I do want to expand, and what I was thinking was we would need access to most of the different kinds of purchasables. We'd need access to all the kinds of travel, which we have water, we have the fast travel system right there. Why have I been quoted? What did I do? Oh, god damn it. So that's our fast travel entrance. This is to travel by water. I mean, I should actually, that's supposed to be a fishing dock, so I might want to have more of it extend along this part of the shore to serve as a boating area. That's probably true. So why don't we do this? Oops. Hey, X-ray already. Come on now. Then we want to bring this down here with a little bit of spacing. Oh, but I can't really do my scaling. Here's what I'm going to do for that. We're going to hope that's close enough. There we go. Someday Twitch will allow you to do anything again? Are you still not allowed to, like, well, I guess do anything? Yeah, Melody was having trouble, Corey, with, like, doing redeems or clipping or, like, any normal Twitch functions. It's very odd. Still no redeems, clips, mod actions, nothing. That's so weird. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating. So we got that. Why is that lower? How did that happen? Okay, so we've got boating, we've got transit, we've got... So I guess... I haven't decided if there's going to be horses or some kind of horse equivalent. But I suppose either way we need a location for that. Which I guess could go across over here. Kind of like that. Scale it on X, like that. And what I'm trying to make here is basically a stable. There. That's good enough for my purposes right now. I can move this over. Active element should do it. Oh, there we go. I'm sure Twitch support is very hasty and helpful and non-robotic. Yeah, definitely. Going to be one of the most efficient helplines you can come across. I mean, everything on Twitch is just so professional. Got whatever that stable situation is, which those are like huge walls, but whatever, we're just roughing things in. Those walls are like the size of a building. Though you must say you're impressed at how degrading Twitter support was even before the takeover. What happened? Did you have a bad experience? I don't want the grid anymore. Yeah, that must be how it's done. You just force things to draw on top when it's too far away from the camera. So you just have your surface with a bunch of simplified, isolated objects, and then that's your city. Not really, they just straight up don't have a support line anywhere? Just a glorified FAQ, you have to beg and grovel for the Twitter support Twitter handle to notice you. Gross. That's terrible. I never really used Twitter, so not much of an experience that I had. I guess we need some areas that would be like housing. Because that's one of the things that's in the game, is you can choose a place to live, which means places that I want to be an option for you to choose as a place to live need to have a housing area. And then the alternative is you can just be a nomad and live on the road, and you can have a camp set up. I don't know quite what the functionality of setting up and tearing down a camp is going to be. There has to be some kind of consequence so that you can't just pick up and move all the time. But I don't want that consequence to be like actual experienced time. I'm working on it. You lost your old Twitter account to a hacker and they wouldn't do anything to help you. Just had to start over. That sucks. Corey, you don't use Twitter anymore. Sad to miss the quarterly Moody tweet, though. I'm unfortunately, I've missed out on the quarterly Moody tweet. I made a Twitter account, and then I think I tweeted once, maybe twice, and then I never opened it again. Don't worry, they're mostly like, how about that direct? No Silk Song, huh? Ow. What the hell was that? Oh, my neck just cramped up on me. Okay, so things that I often hear in the chat anyway. Alright, so for a housing area, I would say we'll grab like that. Actually, it's better to just keep making the new ones, because then they're on axis. But if we were going to have a little housing tract, probably on this side. And then we'll say our houses are these like long, wide things with multiple units. We'll make it a little bit taller. Just like that. Raise it to about there. Then we want all of that. Just trying to make these a little bit uneven from each other. Just so that there's something interesting about the way that they look, at least. So we're going to take those and move them this way. Oh, hey, we're supposed to be... How'd you get out of the loop there? There. Now that's just kind of a nice little block of housing units. Silksong is aiming to be out before June 12th, so it's coming soon. I hope so. F3 randomized transform? Oh, balls. Hold on. Let's do that then. Mesh transform randomize. Oh, actually, not quite for what I'm trying to do. Oh, is it a new feature? Is it not in the version I have? I think it might just be working differently in edit mode. Also, these are all technically the same object. But that's okay. I just need to... tweak a couple of these. There we go. That's fine. I do think, though, that just visually, I might need to break these up a little bit. Make them more distinct rows. Kind of like that. We'll have it follow that shape, and then we'll take the whole beast and bring it up along this edge here. Oh, and then you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to take... Oh, shoot. I wanted to take some of these... Oops. Let's turn X-ray off for a second. And make them shorter. Because that helps it feel a little more unique also. Not bad. You're sad that's not a thing? Well, we're making it work. It's okay. And besides, we're still just roughing out. It's not like this is final. So hopefully we'll be upgraded by the time it's time to go and do that stuff. Like when we're going... Because I know that that's really good for like doing an uneven brick layout or brick surface and stuff like that. Like when you're getting into more detail especially, it's nice to make things just feel a little more random. I kind of don't like how organically this is displaced. Brick surface would be... Oh, geometry nodes. Right. I remember geometry nodes. This is just not feeling like... It is way too orderly. I need it to feel a little more like... Well, I guess add another building. There we go. That's better. Now it's more of a blob. 3.5 comes out the 29th. Okay, so that's a little bit later. Okay, that's fine. We have much to do, so that shape definitely feels better. So we've got housing, we've got a simple shop district, you've got a transit entrance, we've got land mounts, we've got water mounts, air mounts don't have any stations anywhere except for the air dragon habitat. Everywhere else you just land. We know that the shipping dock is right around here somewhere. Do we want... what I'm finding myself picturing is the Breath of the Wild houses that are just kind of there. Like, I guess I do need those. I just don't like them. So if there's a house, you better be allowed inside to smash their pots. Yeah, I think it's kind of a necessity. So what I think I want to do here is have this secondary loop. It comes down like this. Okay. then that's actually going to go run along here. And then loop around back to the main road. Sorry, we're underneath right now. There we go. And then basically have it like come back this way and then come back to the main road and connect up there. And that's going to be the main link to whatever whatever port is based down here. And then I think from wherever that reconnects, which will probably be somewhere down around that point, that'll be where the larger road starts. Because they're going to need to carry their supplies on the larger word. Can't use that word? What, pot? Link! Why not? Is Link the new Voldemort? Man, it feels like we don't really need the road markers. I think this will work. Don't you? And it's much more visible. I think we get rid of the... I mean, after we've filled it out, we won't do those road dots anymore. We'll just do this always. Just makes more sense to me. So we want to go, we're basically going up to like here. Whole dock area over here, and that's going to be a much taller dock, but I don't know if it's going to be quite this tall, because this right here is what, on a grid where each one of these vertical steps is a kilometer. That's what, like 200 meters. That's a little high. Maybe a little less than that. Still a lot. Lola, you're fine. We've got a lot of feelings happening over there. Okay, then we want to start turning because I think we're going to connect up right here. Just like this. Okay, that's good. We're getting there. It's all good, puppy. Everything's fine. Okay, rotate that around. Just like that. Well, that was my mom, so I should give her a call back. So maybe I will go ahead and call it for today. But hey, we got a lot of good stuff done today here. So that's lining up pretty well with where that route's gonna go. Get out of edit mode there. So those need to be brought up to match where the ground is. But we'll do that as we move along the line. That's about ready to start connecting up, I think. Yeah, because that point's right there. It'll feed pretty nicely into that corner. So then this will be where all of the large docks for trade are going to be along here. This is a fishing dock and a small travel dock for the player right there. And then we've got our start area. Thanks for the stream. Liking not Lurlin progress. And the Pikachu is cute. Will do. Yeah, I'll definitely post that. I'll send that to Sky as well. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We got some good progress. Starting to get a city layout. It's looking good. I'm happy about it. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a blast as always. I will see you Wednesday. We're going to keep working on the ball machine and do some creative corner. The theme this week is elemental. So I hope you have something to submit. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.